Okay. How's it going, everybody? This is quite a thing. This is, if I didn't know better and you told me this was an official soundtrack release from a video game, a real video game that was commercially released, I don't know if I would have believed that. But, yeah, it's been a hell of a week, but we're here at the end. So let's go over here. So yeah, this stream, I'll go over here. This stream is a little bit out of order from what it might be. Obviously yesterday I did some more modern stuff and talked about how the genre kind of has gotten to where it is today. But today I want to look at, first of all, I want to look at some entries from kind of the heyday of when BeatEmUps were being made in the arcade that I couldn't do the first day because they don't work on the Mister. And then after that I want to look at some of the games that kind of came out as the genre progressed and kind of died in the arcade. I mean, it really, at some point it really was just gone. So, oh shoot, I forgot to, hold on, I forgot to do this. Alright, hopefully that worked. Let's see, did that work? Sort of. There we go. Okay. Shrink. It does weird stuff sometimes. Alright, so this is, unfortunately, the way I have this set up is a little less smooth today. So, I'm going to start out. I want to talk about Konami. Konami, which one is this? Konami kind of has, that's fine. Konami has some really interesting entries into the genre that they had. And while this is not the first Konami game, obviously there was like Crime Fighters before this. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was kind of like the game that put Konami on the map for BeatEmUps. And Konami had a much different approach. Even though this is a post-Final Fight game, it really doesn't follow. This doesn't have game audio because I did this way. Hold on. Copy you over to here. There we go. All right. Glad I noticed that before I started the game, like a moron. But yeah, Konami entered and they kind of had their own approach. Is it still loud? I turned it down a little bit. Try this. Unfortunately, this is going to be a bit of a pain now. Yeah, I could still see that being a little loud. We'll try like here. That looks like that should be pretty good. Okay, so yeah, Konami had their own approach to the genre. Oh, we're gonna have controls. Then I need. So anyway, obviously Turtles were the Turtles were like a huge part of this era. They were all over the place, and Konami recognized that. And one thing that Konami really did was they recognized some very good IPs to grab for these types of games. And yeah, Konami's presentation was kind of unmatched in a lot of ways. You know, this is only a year after Final Fight, and well, obviously this is a much different style from a game like Final Fight. You know, I praise Final Fight for its music. I think it sounds great in a lot of ways. Oh, sorry, this is those buttons. Like it's very much presenting it the way it wants to be viewed. But Konami had an approach of making music that people would just like generally want to listen to. And admittedly, a lot of this is based on the TMNT's theme. So like, it's not like they totally were writing new music. And yeah, they kind of like did a pretty good job of capturing the overall feel of what the Ninja Turtles were at this point. The cartoons and all the stuff that was going on. So they really kind of became very known. It's interesting because a lot of their games really have some like fairly simple things to them, and a lot of these games it can be difficult to use some of your basic tools because of how enemies counterattack. Oops. Not like that. Yeah, and like, Konami had their own sound hardware that was very powerful. So like, they had some tools that other companies may not have had. But yeah, I mean, even like this, the presentation is, they really do a good job of connecting their stages, having a continuity here for what's going on, and reinforcing the motivation over the course of the game, which is something a lot of companies didn't get. I mean, there's plenty of BeatEmUps where like you barely know what's going on. And you know, I talk about how this game is only a year after Final Fight, but like, another way to look at it is that this game is the same year as a game like Tough, or the next year after a game like Tough Turf. So like, you think about going to an arcade and there's stuff like that that's still kind of riding off the general Double Dragon appearance. And then suddenly you're seeing a game that looks and sounds like this. And even like internally, Crime Fighters was only in '89. So like, they really adapted quickly to creating marketable products. Things that they knew arcade owners would want. This game does, for the most part, is quite solid. It does have this funny bug where you can scroll the diagonal a bit wrong. But this is pretty much the only place anything really... Oh, did I lock it? Oh no. We might be doing this again. Yeah, so the good news is, I soft locked the game. So, yeah. There are problems with doing that. Especially if you're me, because I don't know, I do something wrong and do that all the time. But fortunately, stage 1's pretty short, so we'll just continue.
Fire! Hang on, April.
Yeah, and I mean, Konami did go on to make like The Simpsons, which The Simpsons was a tremendously placed game. The actual gameplay is a bit weird, but like again, that kind of calls to like Konami understood the product they were making really well with these licensed games. You know, between this, The Simpsons, and X-Men, like all of them have some gameplay things that I personally don't like that much, but I don't think there's any argument that Konami wasn't just absolutely spectacular at understanding how to market the product that they're making. Because all those games, like, you know, The Simpsons and this game have a very unique artistic style to them. They look very different. And this game looks very much like the kind of style that you'd expect from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the 90s version. And The Simpsons very much feels like The Simpsons cartoon in how it's presented. Well, yeah, I mean, licensing really just comes down to who gets it. I mean, I don't think there's any formula for, like, arcade or console being better. I'm not sure if Rocksteady was intended to say something at that point, but he just kind of flaps his gums. Gums? I guess he's a rhino, he doesn't really have those. And even, like, you know, I talk about the presentation and these stage transitions, but they're all very snappy, you know? It's very easy to get into, like, oh, we did this exposition, and like, the player's sitting there looking at it, but none of it feels invasive. It's very, like, you beat the boss, they do their little thing, they run away, and then you get a tiny little cutscene. And then you're still playing. Whoop, whoop. It's a single screen just going, hey, here's where you're going next. We're just gonna play the game normally here. I showed off the one thing. I would like to finish the game instead of soft locking it several times in a row like I'm prone to do. The enemy AI in this game I dislike a little bit. It's very much trying to get one enemy on either side of you at any time. Like, that's just kind of what the AI is trying to do. And it leads to weird situations like this where this guy's just kind of like stuck against the wall. It's fine, it's just a very simplistic way of handling it. Oh. Oh damn, that just killed me? That did a shitload of damage. I also, like, primarily am using this jumping attack just because the, like, regular standing attacks are kind of not great in this game. They're fine, like, you can definitely use them to poke, especially at, like, bosses you need to poke at a lot. The bosses are kind of weird. So I'm playing the Japanese revision, which has a lot less enemy health. Oh, this game has the Konami kicks. This game super has the Konami kicks. They just don't matter that much. This stage has a nice little bug where you can stand on a... Oh, maybe I'm not there yet. You can stand on a particular few pixels on this ledge. I need to advance or it's gonna get mad at me. There we go. And the enemies can't really get close enough online with you to actually start attacking. So, but you just kind of... do that. Yeah, this game was all over arcades, especially some of the like non-traditional arcades of that kind. The like Chuck E. Cheese style kids entertainment center. That was kind of a, I don't know if it was a new concept, but they started having these. And obviously, you know, those being like a pizza place, kind of had the whole thing. This game is also really interesting for how it handles the difficulty rank. Rank is a pretty common thing in arcade games, which is kind of an old term that's now generally referred to as adaptive difficulty. And that's certainly not something that was excluded from any of the games I played the other day. But this game handles it by just like throwing huge waves of enemies at you once you've survived long enough. And anytime you die, that rank goes down. So it makes for kind of this weird dynamic where you'll get like you'll just have these monstrous waves of enemies, and then you'll die, and suddenly there'll just be 3 guys. I've barely played Turtles in Time. That game is really hard for me to play. Whoop, whoop. I don't want to talk too much about other games, but Turtles in Time has a lot of like context-sensitive things that happen, and it makes the controls feel very strange to me. Yeah, a common thing in Konami games is just having the score be the number of enemies you've defeated, which, you know, when you're playing with a friend and you're just trying to figure out who did more is fine. But if you actually want a game to have like a competitive scoring thing, it's not very useful. Yeah, then this is a really interesting fight. You know, like, arcade games, boss refights are kind of like a notorious thing. But this game taking the approach of having this refight with these two, which, first of all, obviously in the cartoon, these two are very, very closely associated with each other. They're very common, like, foil, is that the right word? They're very common, like, semi-threatening enemies for the Turtles. Like, they show up a lot and they're like obviously presented as being physically strong but like super dumb, which is very convenient for a villain trope that you want to lose a lot. Yeah, especially people playing for time, it's pretty common to just group them together like this. Did you put that away? Yeah, the bosses, Konami has a particular type of boss design that ends up being, there's a lot of, like, kind of running away and poking at them sometimes. Oh, well, goodbye. Yeah, and I mean, like, it is different from how, say, Capcom designed a lot of their bosses. A lot of times it's important in Konami games to interrupt the boss as they're doing something, rather than hitting them kind of, like, cleanly when they're not doing something. Because, hit stun is kind of a loose concept in Konami games sometimes. So, instead of like hitting an enemy as they're not doing anything, you want to hit them as they're starting an attack, because that means it'll be longer before their next attack. Is kind of how I look at it. By interrupting their action, they're not able to take another action for quite as long. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty disorienting as a new player, because to like how Konami's approach is, because it feels very weird to be like, all right, I caught the boss not doing something. I need to wait until he's doing something. I can't hit him now. Nope. But I do think Konami did very well with this game too on making the player character feel kind of like reasonably strong, especially once you know about the like strong attacks. If you don't know about them and you're just hitting the regular attacks, it's not quite as good. But overall, I mean, yeah, here's an example, like, as the rank goes up, you start seeing more stuff like this. This isn't even a particularly huge mob. And then, yeah, there's auto-scroller here, which is a nice thing to beat 'em up. This one's a bit weird. You can kind of sit in this corner until these... Oh. Why am I out of position? So I don't know what I did wrong. If you sit in the right spot there, if you sit in the right spot there, those things can't hit you. But clearly I was wrong. But yeah, there's not a lot of incentive to attack enemies during this segment. It is timed, although you do have to finish off the remaining enemies. So, it's a bit of a weird dynamic, but it's fine. Punch out. Yeah, it is kind of a punch out like mechanic where you really want to hit them when they're kind of as they're opening their guard, I guess is another way to look at it. But that's something that's pretty common through Konami games. I mean, it's literally the truth in Crime Fighters. That is the only way you ever fight bosses is by interrupting what they're doing, so that they're staggered. It's less pronounced in this game than some of their licensed stuff. But it's definitely there. Yeah, if you fight these guys, you just get more. It should be late enough. But yeah, since this whole segment is just timed, so since I waited long enough, we're just done.
You gotta save Winter.
Thank you, my turtles.
There it is.
The turtles. The turtles.
yeah, that's the game. This game's interesting. Like Konami just came kind of out of nowhere. I mean, they made Crime Fighters, and then they kind of just like thundered onto the market with this game. So it's pretty interesting to see. But yeah, I just tried to show some of the goofy stuff. The de-evolution beam is a really weird thing that Shredder can do. So wanted to show that. Don't care about that today. All right. So let's close that. Unfortunately, my setup's a little bit less automatic today because I did some cheaty stuff that is not going to work anymore. And this is quiet. Let's see, I can do, actually. 'Cause otherwise, I'm going to be fighting this the whole time. Is that too loud? Seems a little too loud. Try there. So, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 1990 arcade. After an unassuming entry into the genre with Crime Fighters, Konami leaned into making into the idea of licensing an existing IP in order to capture more attention. The result was this game, which ended up being among the most iconic BeatEmUps, if not arcade games in general, of the early 90s. Konami managed to capture the feel of the 90s cartoon perfectly with both the art and music. And made a simple but effective gameplay structure that worked very well at being appealing to a general audience. Yeah, it cannot be overstated how prevalent this game was at the time, with it being very common to see a loose arcade cabinet of this in places which may not have any other arcade games present. who wants to understand the feel and sound of the early 90s arcade experience. You may not enjoy this game if the simple game flow is not enough of a how do I put this? It's not enough to keep you interested. Okay. So grade, this is an easy A. Obviously this is a very simple game, but at the same time, I cannot overstate that this is a game that was essentially marketed to children. You know, this is a game that you're looking at getting preteens to teens that were in an arcade to come up and put money in the machine and keep going. And the art direction, the visuals, the sound, all of that was designed essentially perfectly for that. Kids wanted to play this game. They wanted to go places to play this game. And, you know, I can say that it would be unappealing to someone who doesn't want to play a simple game. But understanding that that was not their target audience. Their target audience was not people deeply vested in complicated beat-em-ups or arcade strategies that really wanted to think about every detail of what they were doing and get invested. They wanted to grab kids. They wanted kids to come in and start hitting the buttons. They wanted the kids to feel like they were the turtles doing stuff. And they captured that extraordinarily well. And yeah, they continued to have their that feeling. This is so obviously you could talk a lot about Konami's overall arcade history. The Simpsons and the X-Men I'm not going to play today. I'll just throw that out there. But those three games are... There's a lot of people who kind of casually know about like Final Fight. Or who casually know about Streets of Rage. But Konami's three licensed games are kind of games that escaped the realm of just being things that people invested in video games played, and instead moved into a much more general limelight. There, you know, I know people who have never been interested in video games in any like real capacity, but they remember playing these games. And some of them it's because they remember playing with their kids or something like that. But these are games that kind of escaped their own genre into a more general populace, and it's impossible to ignore that. You know, and I could see if a game like this had such bad gameplay that it was intrusive to what it was trying to do. But like, this game plays well when you know how to play it. It's not like dynamic and exciting. There's not a lot of decision making going on, but the stuff you're doing works, and that's important. I've played Asterisk before. It's not going to be today. All right. Well, let's get back to it. Let's do this. Turn that off. And now I want to look back at a little bit more of why is this not finding it? There we go. Now I want to look at something that's a little bit more unfortunate. So Technos, obviously, at this point in arcade history, they were extremely well known for Double Dragon. Technos saw the beat 'em up market taking off, and they obviously didn't want to dip from that. Oh god, this is a bit loud. They didn't want to dip from that, but Technos was a weird company. In Japan, they were much more focused on the Kunio games, and I don't feel that they had a great grasp on the American market and what was going on with Double Dragon. So they made the first two games, and then the first two Double Dragon games, and then they wanted to create something new, a new property that they could work on. And the result of that was the Combat Tribes, which, I'm not going to say this is a game without anyone who likes it, but in many ways, this kind of ended Technos' legacy in the arcade. Double Dragon 1, and to a lesser extent 2, grabbed a lot of people's attention for what they were doing. But Technos, they outsourced Double Dragon 3 with the intent on using their main team to make this. And people just didn't care. And, kind of rightfully so. Yeah, the stats on these guys is quite weird. So there's some cool stuff going on in this game. I actually mechanically think this game has some really interesting ideas. Being able to grab enemies that are on the ground to do moves is always something that I like in beat-em-ups. And this game gives you a couple different things. It also lets you, pick enemies up. You can smash their heads into the ground like that. There's a special attack to do like that when you're surrounded and you've got an enemy grabbed. So there's a lot of things to do. But ultimately, a lot of them don't matter that much because you're so much better off just doing, the giant swing all the time. And then the stages being just these single screens that you're on. And they're cool screens. This is a neat environment. There's some really cool sprite work going on. But at the same time, by this point, people had seen stuff like TMNT, where there's these long, cool-looking stages. They'd seen stuff like Final Fight that had a long, continuous environment. I just don't think people were as invested in this. Even if you like this game, it's a lot harder to get invested because it feels like you're just doing these arbitrary loose fights. This is also kind of where Technos had some weird ideas of how to get people to insert more money into the machine. Because, for arcade games, that's always important, is how do you get people to want to put more money in the machine? And the way they handled that was kind of by limiting how much health you got back. They made this health number that kind of scales continuously. You get a little bit of health refill depending on how mean the arcade owner was. Because that was a setting, the arcade owner could set how much health you recovered between stages, and that could be set to no recovery, so you just have your base health value. And the numerical health value was not something unheard of. It's not something that couldn't be worked around. I don't know timeline-wise where it landed, but there's the WWF game that was rather popular that used a numerical health. Oh, no, I guess that didn't use a numerical health thing. Never mind. It just used the insert coin to renew power. Yeah, Gauntlet used the numerical health, but Gauntlet also has some other things with how it's draining your health. But I feel like the numerical health bar is just not something that works that well. I think it just doesn't. It doesn't grab the part of the human brain the same way that an actual health bar does. Because one issue with it is I've been hit a few times, and I don't feel like I'm at full health now. Like, I just always feel like I'm injured. Even though I'm at more health right now than I started the game at, I still feel like I've been injured. So yeah, it's just like, this is just such a strange game for Technos to have made. And it really does feel like they didn't understand the market that they were trying to grab. Because even like these huge beefy dudes, it's like, yeah, on one hand, I'm sure there's an audience that love this, like, hey, these guys are giant. It is kind of cool to play a beat 'em up where you're just like bigger than everyone, pretty much. But it's not cool enough that like really made these attractive character designs to people. Oh right, this face. You know, because like it is an interesting and unique style, but interesting and unique doesn't make it a style that people are going to care about. And I think that's kind of where this game lands. Yeah, the music's rather quiet compared to the sound effects. I can turn it up, but I didn't want the sound effects to be overwhelming. Yeah, the feedback's strange. A lot of times, like, this is something, well, I'll get to it when I get to the next stage. They did try, like, some unique things. You know, these skater enemies that are just always kind of going. But, I don't know, like, it feels like you figure out the one thing to do in this game, and then that's kind of the end of the game. And you know, beat 'em ups are not a genre known for like having always varied combat. Like, if anything, they're a genre where people know, oh, I hit the buttons and then that's it. That's you just smash the attack button for half an hour and then you win. So to have that feeling for a game that actually has this many moves is kind of indicative of like the weirdness of the gameplay. Because a lot of moves in this game are just hard to use, like at a basic level. Wow, this is a weird... So, the enemies in this game are slightly random in how they spawn. These, like, regular guys can spawn in place of the stage enemies. And usually there's, like, one. So getting that many of the, like, regular stage guys is kind of weird. And yeah, Technos was really feeling Blockout for some reason, so they advertised it in this game. It's very... I don't know. Technos... I don't know what Technos was doing in this age. They just had a lot of unique ideas of what they wanted to be doing. Trash. It's not me making a joke, this boss's name is actually just Trash. So there's another skate guy, but he's stuck off screen, which is something that happens sometimes. You can hear him shuffling around. But yeah, the bosses you kind of have to fight by doing these weird strategies, these very Konami-like strategies where you're way off to the side. Yeah, now I have to go find him and finish him. Yep, there he is. Yeah, is this you? That your Av? Alright, so here is where we start encountering some of the enemies that really kind of put some questionable design aspects into the actual combat of this game. So I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate this. So you can grab enemies when they're stunned, and normally that lets you do special throws to them. But when we start getting to these weapons, or these enemies that are holding knives, if you do that, then they will counterattack you. The issue with that is that them being stunned can be from, say, you just using your basic attack as they're standing up, or near that at all. And grabbing them is not like an action you have to choose, it is a context-sensitive thing that happens as you are nearby them. The result of that is your basic attacks become a liability. Like, not even, they're just not good, but an actual liability to try and punch or kick. And, you know, it could be one thing if they had one enemy that did this. If this stage had this knife guy, and there were like 2 of them, and he did that, that could be okay. Not great, I wouldn't agree with it, but, you know, I could live with that if they made that decision. And like bosses do it too, so it's not even like it's just that. But unfortunately, this stage is not going to be the end of that design. But that's why there's so much of like dash kicking and doing this throw is that you just have to, like, there's no way to interact with a lot of these enemies if you don't do it. This does have the traditional Konami, or not Konami, Technos design where at 0 health you're still alive. You have to be knocked down. But it doesn't tend to be that helpful. Especially since when you're at 0 life you tend to become easier to stun. Boss also is very strange in the Super Nintendo version. They kind of recognized that this design was problematic, and they sprited an entirely different boss, which is just like a baseball player. And then they didn't actually use it; they just kept him in anyway. So this stage is where the weapon thing really becomes a problem, because all of these enemies have the counter-attacking trait. Every single one of them. So at this point attacking normally, like punching and kicking, it's just literally a thing you wish you could turn off. These enemies stand up stunned, and if you're nearby them, you'll just be hit. Like there, if that guy had been one of the gun guys or one of the knife guys, I would have taken damage instead of him, because he stood up after being knocked down anywhere near me. Oh, is the baseball player design in the arcade version ROM too? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's not used in any version of the game, obviously, so it's kind of like trivia. And then here, like, they kind of took the problem of the attacks, and then they shoved you in an area where you can't even really use the dash attack, so you just kind of have to, like, the only thing you can do is you can manually run into these guys, because you're bigger enough than these enemies that just, like, running into them knocks them over, which is pretty fun. It is a unique thing, again, like, being so much bigger than the enemies. But that also just makes the whole, like, getting countered for grabbing them situation feel even worse. Because, like, there I had to back off from that guy because he might stand up near me. Yeah, running in... Well, it's not an attack per se, but it does knock them over, which is useful enough. Great music on this stage. Just whatever. And then this boss, which this boss in the original Japanese release was named Swastika. Unfortunately, they decided that wasn't a great idea and renamed him to M Blaster for the US release, but you know, Stroheim, JoJo's has obviously been like a huge thing in Japan for a long time, and Stroheim was a rather popular design to copy. Which is kind of how this, like, mechanical Nazi dictator trope, which, you know, you can see in, like, Street Fighter even with M. Bison. Yeah. Yeah, Brock from World Heroes. It's pretty natural for, like, games to borrow inspiration from other places. That happens a lot. But I feel like this is one that was, this is one that was just, like, in games a lot at this era. But, yeah, I mean, the 90s was a time when you could just throw a guy in and be like, yeah, he's a Nazi, and everyone's good with them being the villain. So it kind of worked. But anyway, we got the last stage, which is going to be a boss rush. Also, apparently this whole thing took place in East Coast US. I don't know that there's really any detail. Statue of Liberty is like a really common thing to see in BeatEmUps. This scene, this type of scene is like really iconic in the US in general, obviously. And as a result, like, it ends up being really common to see this type of scene in general in BeatEmUps. And yeah, the Twin Towers being a game made in the 90s, I mean, not to say it aged poorly or something, just one of those things that history, time makes fools of us all, you know? Yeah, this stage is interesting because being a boss rush, obviously there's a lot of stuff to eat through, but also the timer is rather strict on this stage, and then we fight the final boss at the end. It's still this same timer, which I'm not playing like super well here because I'm not that invested, and B, I didn't actually sleep that well. But trying to like at least show the general game plan of what you want to do. Oh, well. Fortunately, I do get a time refill from that. So, like, there's beat-em-ups out there where sometimes you die and you continue and it doesn't refill the timer. So if you're in a situation where your timer's low and you die, you can just like lose an entire credit instantly. Don't recall off the top of my head one that would be that, but I feel like that situation can come up. Double Dragon 2, yes. Thank you. I was hoping you'd be stunned there. There's a boss who does the counterattack. Until he's low enough, then you can actually throw him. Or why did I pick specifically a speedy character? So all the characters are quite slow. But the others are glacial, and also this like dashing kick is pretty much the best single attack in this game. Oh, nice. Spawn with no respawn invincibility, so lost 30 health as soon as the coin started. Good feeling. But yeah, the power character in this, Belova, the speed that I walk at here, that's the speed that Belova runs at. More or less. So, doing anything with Belova is extraordinarily difficult because you just literally cannot control situations because of how slow you are. Alright, now we move on the final boss. So, like Tough Turf, this has the plot twist where we fight random woman at the end who's not particularly explained in the arcade version. And Martha here is a fucking menace. There's a couple strategies for her, neither of which are great. This is the one that I like, where you just like do this full screen walk and attack once and then walk away from her and hope it works out. but depending on like where she ends up, you can just end up without control. I should also point out that while this has gone very well, she sometimes chooses to stay on a lane that is 1 pixel out of your attack range, so you just can't hit her anymore. Ah, yes. Alright, well that actually was a pretty good Martha fight. And then yeah, like Double Dragon, we just leave at the end. There's no our characters are gone. But yeah, it's very strange that this game is what Technos kind of hung their legacy on. You know, outsourcing Double Dragon 3 was a risky play, even if they had a great plan. So I feel like this game happened because Technos misread why Double Dragon was popular in the US. Is essentially what it comes down to. And you know, it's a shame. This game does have a couple pretty neat ideas in it. The game flow is a bit weird because of how weak your standing attacks are compared to how strong your attacks hitting grounded enemies are. But yeah, here, I'll show real quick Belova. So the power type character. But yeah, this is his run. And this is his walk. It is very difficult to control enemies because of this movement speed. His dash attack is also a bit weird because it's like kind of slow to come out. His advantage is his giant swing's really good, and he does do more damage. But yeah, like there, it's so hard to create a situation where you've got space to do this. So, yeah. Yeah, the Super Nintendo version got some changes mechanically that end up making Belova a lot better. But we'll talk about that another time. Alright, this is much quieter. Go about there. So, the Combat Tribes. Man, I don't even know what to say about this game. After the success of Double Dragon in the USA, Technos decided to try their hands at a new IP, going as far as to outsource the creation of the actual Double Dragon 3. This game has a unique look to it with the giant player characters normal enemies being the most notable feature. The gameplay is unfortunately unpolished in many ways. The lackluster basic attacks and slow movement ability of the characters means that you are often stuck trying background music is loud. I do not understand OBS's audio gauge. The sound design has some very unique qualities, but it may sound harsh to some. You may enjoy this game with the unique feeling of being the largest, the biggest guy on the street, throwing foes around. This feeling. You may not enjoy this game if the slow pace of movement and lack of consistent tools to manage situations bothers you. Yeah, and it's true, like throwing enemies around is a unique feeling that this game does have. I can't think of too many beat-em-ups, if any beat-em-ups, where you're so consistently the biggest guy on the field. And admittedly, bosses are even bigger, so they kind of counteract that themselves to some extent. But at least in the main stages, you are bigger than the enemies. The stages, the general art design direction is fine. The characters look pretty weird. They're very arm heavy, with very small legs, which, you know, is an art direction thing. It looks a bit weird to me because it just does, but it is like the art direction they take, so I don't want to hold that against them. But I mean, I can't help but like, you look at this game and it's positioned in 1990 against things like TMNT that are really grabbing people, and it's after Final Fight, which just totally took people off guard. And it's got a lot more colorful, bright art direction that's appealing in some ways than some of what Capcom was making. But in addition to that, you just look at Technos throwing Double Dragon to the wolves to make this very simple, very weird game. And it's not awful. I mean, it's technically competent. It's got some weird issues with, like, again, the enemies counterattacking and the context sensitivity of a lot of the actions, meaning that you lose control of situations if stuff happens. So I definitely don't feel like this game is awful, but I also can't, you can't ignore that it kind of scarred Technos' legacy of this era. A lot of people don't, you know, they might remember Double Dragon. Okay, so here's Capcom and Konami consistently made products that put their name on it, that made people think of them. They made people associate games that they wanted to play with their name by consistently making these products that were so appealing. Technos didn't do a good job with that. I feel like a lot of people know Double Dragon. They know River City Ransom. What else did Technos make? They know Ninja Gaiden. But Technos had trouble, like, compiling that into something that people recognized them for. And games like this didn't help that. Ninja Gaiden was Tecmo? Is that right? I thought... For some reason I thought Technos was involved in the arcade version specifically. But if I'm just wrong about that and I'm digging... Yeah, I guess it is Tecmo. Okay. Yeah, I mean, even then. Even that's not there. So, but I mean, the point remains that Technos failed to make products that were really, really grabbing people. And this game is fine. It's fine. I know some people who remember this game. It's not something that kept people's attention. I think it's average. Mainly based on the back of the presentation, which, again, the presentation is good. It also has its own weird direction that is not going to be appealing to a lot of people, you know? A lot of people are going to look at these huge buff guys and, like, not care. It is impossible for me to ignore that Technos kind of threw away the one legacy they had for this game. You know? If this was some little developer that had never made anything and they came out with Combat Tribes, I might be more willing to entertain a B. But to go from having one of the most iconic IPs of the time it was released to making this game that a few people remember, I guess, and it's not even like, you know, if Double Dragon 3 hadn't been made at all, if they just made this game and it was a sidestep for them, it would have been like, okay, fine, you know, whatever. But they didn't. They outsourced Double Dragon 3 so that they could make this game, and that's also a thing. And again, like, there are legitimate design issues that I have a problem with. You know, again, the enemies, the standing and basic attacks are already quite bad, and to have so many enemies counterattack you because when they're stunned, you will automatically grab them if you're near them, and you don't have control over that. That is such a strange design thing to me. You know, having proximity grabs when they're stunned is one thing. Having enemies counterattack you, especially if there's like a designated grab button in this game. If that's how you grab people when they were stunned, is you hit that designated grab button, I would totally throw out my issue with the counterattackers. I wouldn't like it, but that's like a legitimate thing that you could say is like, all right, in this stage, we're going to start having the counterattackers. But that's not it. It's literally like you can't even be in an area around an enemy who's stunned in stage 4, because if you're even remotely near them, then you're going to get stabbed. And you don't have control over that. And that just sucks. It sucks. It feels bad. You're this giant guy and you can't throw half these regular guys because they'll just stab you. You can't even be near them because they'll just stab you. And it's not like you've made a mistake leading up to that. So yeah, I don't think this game is a B. I really don't. Well, the thing is, it's when they're stunned. If they stabbed you because they were just standing around, but you've got this guy standing here, dope-faced, you know, like a guy who's on the ropes, barely can stand. And the moment you walk near him, your guy automatically grabs him, and suddenly they have the peace of mind to stab you. That's the thing. So, like, even if you want to do the something realism, which, yeah, I realize you're kind of just joking about it, but even if you want to do the something realism, like, that's the situation where the enemy should not be doing that. That's another, like, if that was the thing, it was like you grab them when they're not stunned and they stab you, but if you grab them when they are stunned and you could throw them, they'd be like, all right, that's an interesting mechanic to work around, at least to some extent. Anyway, let's go back. All right, so I have another Konami game I want to talk about, which is Vendetta, also known as Crime Fighters 2 in Japan. I am going to play we'll play Crime Fighters 2, I guess. We'll do the Japan version so I can talk about the thing. Okay, so Konami obviously was mainly known for their licensed games, but they did have a few entries of their own that they made their own properties. And I think this game is... Oh, that's right. It doesn't have the text. We will play Vendetta. I'll just play Vendetta. I'll talk about that during it anyway. It's fine. And of Konami's non-licensed stuff, I think this is the game that people saw the most of. Just because the style of it did stand out. You know, if you wanted the traditional kind of belt scroller, but you didn't want to have an IP, you want to have the strong guy. You know, Technos was out there and they had these huge guys that are like monsters of people. And Konami was like, what if we make, you know, you're buff, but these are kind of like, and again, these are also like kind of clearly based on real people. Like Hulk Hogan is obviously Hawk. Mr. T is obviously an influence on Sledge. Boomer and Blood are a little bit more loose, with Blood kind of like loosely being based on Mike Tyson, and Boomer is kind of loosely based on Jean-Claude Van Damme, is kind of what I think. But there's at least that like generic big guy kind of thing going on. And yeah, it takes a much different perspective with like, nobody's really the good guy here. We're also a gang. But I really like this game because it takes a lot of Konami mechanics and expands on them in a way that I think is a lot better. So this game has punch kick and then a both button attack. And then it has some context sensitive or distance sensitive grappling mechanics, which are neat. And then it has a lot of weapons. So like, this game really attracted people's attention because the environment looked cool, and then you got stuff like this bat, which I guess I can't do here. Can do it here, I think. Yeah, here we get a bat. Whoop. But this kind of stuff, you know, where you're just slamming enemies against the back wall, people remember this kind of stuff. Like, that is a thing that attracts people's attention big time. So, Konami, like, even without an IP to work off of, when they made their own thing, and admittedly, this game, like Combat Tribes and like a lot of gang beat-em-up type designs, are pretty strongly influenced by the Warriors. So there's that. And then yeah, they had these really unique boss designs that really just like, I don't know, they're just really interesting designs for people to look at. Then in addition to that, this game having the ability to cleanly attack enemies that are on the ground is really nice. So just a really clean game using a lot of the ideas that Konami had that just didn't fit quite that well. That didn't fit that well into Konami's licensed stuff. This is also one of the few. Well, I shouldn't say few. This might be the beat 'em up that has the gun that feels the most like if you actually brought a gun to any of these fight. Because the gun just ends everything. A lot of times guns end up having this like weird feeling in beat 'em ups where like you're either, you're shooting them a bunch of times and the gun's like nonsense. But this game balances guns by making them extremely powerful, like just instantly killing most of the enemies. But also by having them have limited ammo. And then yeah, there's stuff like the bricks. You can just throw bricks at people. And then something I do a lot is kind of just toss enemies off the side of the thing, because you don't really have to beat enemies if you can toss them out of the side. Obviously that's not something a normal player would encounter too much of, but I've played this game too much. So the characters are different enough to be like unique feeling, although the actual differences between them are mostly just like the box things. But just kind of increases the pace of the game a little bit. Yeah, there's lots of the enemies are very responsive to what's going on. So even like kicking them on the ground and they do a little response to it is just it kind of ties back to what I was talking about with Turtles, which like mechanically I don't know that Konami always was like my favorite company for beat 'em ups. But their presentation was pretty unmatched. Like I think their presentation is just orders better than what Capcom's was for a lot of these games. And that's one of the reasons that I think people have a lot more fond memory of Konami games than a lot of Capcom stuff. Chain, neat weapon. Yeah, their background art graffiti is pretty incredible. So this stage, I mean, there's an enemy in the Japanese version that was removed from the US revisions because it just oh, this version has it. Never mind. These guys are here. So yeah, this is kind of a problematic thing that happened in a few games where these types of stereotypes just got thrown in as enemies. I don't really know what to say about them because it's just kind of like awful. Yeah, they've definitely been removed in the latest versions, but it's just kind of one of those things that, like, along with the dominatrix stereotype, it just kind of happened a lot. So yeah, I don't want to get too much into the details of it. Obviously, like, at the time there was a Japanese character on TV known as Hard Day that was a huge influence on that type of thing. But It's just kind of an unfortunate artifact of the times that these games were made in. And yeah, you got bucket. Oh, didn't work. Oop. Oop. Little weird segment with some guys with no health. Yeah, this game you do not have much health. You die very fast.
No punks admitted. Get wrong. Show me sorry.
This is a boss design Konami liked quite a bit, where there's like
Revenge is
big guy and small brother thing. So another feature of this game that I don't know if I've ever seen in another beat 'em up is you actually have an attack that you can do while you are on the ground. But yeah, the boss mechanics, if you split them up, they're pretty easy. Yeah, Reed Brothers, Cruel Kurt. Yeah, once again, we get a gun, and the gun feels very strong in this game. Whoop. Well, I'm gonna have to fight a couple guys I don't normally have to fight, but that's okay. It's also these spearmen who are a very weird enemy, because there's the two of them, those two, the one that I just strolled past, and then this one, and that's the only time they appear. I'd like you to heal.
no way I'm gonna lose. No way I'm gonna lose.
Okay. It's like you shouldn't be able to be completely stuck in the box, but I've been wrong before. But I think this game is also like a great example of how you can make a really diverse set of moves useful, while not really having a tremendous move list. That said, most people haven't probably dove into this game enough to really realize that. Most people find the strong attack, the both buttons attack, and dash on it. Yeah, there's these dogs too. I don't really want to do the thing where they hump you, but it's another thing that they did. Yeah, right there, that attack where you're kicking them while you're grounded. It's such a unique thing. Just lots of like environmental stuff like this. I don't know, just as cool. Yeah, those dogs were cut in some of the ports, a lot of the ports, which again, not really missed in my opinion. Whoop, whoop. Again, I've played this game too much, so I know like exactly what to do with a lot of this stuff way too well. This is actually one of my favorite arcade beat-em-ups, so like, yeah. Having an attack specifically for shooting grounded enemies is also something pretty unique to that. Hey, I've been fair to stuff that I don't like. There's plenty of stuff that I like or don't like that I've given different grades than what I would grade them for myself. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, nope, he let me kick him. Okay. So this boss tends to as he's standing up, he tends, or as you're standing up, he tends to attack you in a way that you can't avoid. So. And also this sneak attack where he goes and gets a gun. This is something Konami kind of like to do. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah. Konami like their bosses that just kind of like, go fuck you, I'm getting a gun. I'm done fighting fair. But the gun in this game in particular is quite powerful. And then yeah, another well-known beat-em-up trope, which really is more of a Konami trope than a normal, or I shouldn't say normal, than a general beat-em-up trope, is the boss rush. And this game has a rather interesting boss rush since it pairs up bosses. It's not even just refights. It's do them two at a time. Yeah, as a follow-up to Crime Fighters 1, which had the very funny boss rush of all 7 of the normal bosses at a time. This is a downgrade from that. but still. Believe it or not, Skeleton, this game can handle all the bosses at once. And in fact, if you wait long enough, the time over mechanic will let this part advance. So all you have to do to get all the bosses at once is just wait long enough. Oh, that hit me? Alright. Well, that's a shame. The larger Rude Brothers has a weird trait where he can be hit by the grounded attacks, which is funny. Yeah, you have to wait a long time. It's a pretty tough thing to do casually. It's not something that will happen accidentally.
You couldn't punch your way out of a paper bag.
Whoop. The bad breath. Whoop. Not what I want to do, but traditional context-sensitive action doing the wrong thing, or not the thing I wanted, not the wrong thing. Dang, I break hit 2 of them? Cool. Whoop. Oh, well, that was a little greedy. Yeah, that's the end of the game. With that said, this game does loop indefinitely. Loop 2 has a difficulty increase to make it the same as if you were playing co-op in single player, and then after that, it no longer changes. It's exactly the same forever. Spike Out is a fully 3D beat 'em up. Spike Out's a great game, but is Hogan the top tier character? No. This character right here, Boomer. Oh yeah, this game has some very animations, such as that. Really lots of great stuff going on in it. Well, my opinion is that Sledge is the worst character, although not by very much. Sledge has just some oddities with his hitboxes that I don't like, but that's not a huge problem. All right, let's write some stuff. That's not how Vendetta is spelled. Crime Fighters 2. Well, Konami was best known for their licensed BeatEmUps. They also did make a handful of their own IPs for the genre. Probably the best known is Vendetta, which features some very colorful yet imposing environmental design with eye-catching the enemy designs call to the Warriors, which was a common basis for gang designs in video games of this era. This game was mostly known for the extremely I don't want to say that, for the impactful weapon hits and detailed animations by many people. The actual gameplay gives a small but effective tool set, especially once you have adjusted to the context sensitive, or to the distance sensitive throws. What else do I want to say? I don't know what else I want to say. No jumping? You can jump kick. It's limited, but it's there. You may enjoy this game if seeing Konami's take on the more gang-based designs and environments is interesting to you, and you want to learn about beat 'em up. Learn how beat 'em up can work with a simple but diverse set. You may not enjoy I don't know. What do I think would be off-putting to someone about this game? If the very quick, the very sudden nature of losing due to the high enemy damage and necessity of understanding how to effectively attack specific enemies. That's no problem. I don't think this game's controls are stiff. I think it's very responsive. Yeah, I could see, like, if the aesthetics bounced off you, I could see that too. But I think I'm okay with this. I think the running up to just like a basic guy and having him punch you 3 times and you're dead is something that would put a lot of people away from this game. Sluggish. I don't agree with sluggish move either. You move fine. It's not fast, but I feel, considering the size you are on the screen, I feel like your movement speed is about perfect. Anyway, I think this game's an A. I think this Konami did a great job. This kind of takes one of my biggest problems with Konami games, which is that the combat itself is not very dynamic. You just have a lot of like poke an enemy and walk away and poke an enemy and walk away. There's a lot of that kind of stuff that happens in some Konami games. And this kind of takes Konami's formula, their general design for beat-em-ups, and it fixes that issue. And admittedly, it fixes it in a way that might not be apparent to a lot of people immediately, that they may not see it. You do have to kind of get into it in order to learn that. But I think it does absolutely fix that issue for me personally. Now again, a lot of people might not do that. Yeah, I could note about the stereotypical enemy, but I'm not going to worry about that too much right now. I think that's just kind of a side thing. Which was longer? I think this game is the perfect one. Honestly, I like games. You know, there's nothing wrong with a game being longer. It's a different thing. But, I feel there are many long games and not many short games. And I like games that are just a short, concise package. Like this game is. Beat-em-ups I rate lower because of the balance for multiple players at the same time. You mean like... I mean, I could point to Scott Pilgrim, I guess. That's probably the best example of a game that I think is worse because it was just designed for 4 players in mind and they never bothered to figure out how any of it would function alone. I'm not sure if that's quite what you're getting at with that question. Most beat-em-ups of this era especially scale what's going on based on the number of players. Like this game actually, here, I'll show this. Oh, sorry, yeah. But yeah, if you play this game with 4 players, you can just see how many more enemies it starts spawning. It's a bit weird because I've got these all bound for the same thing. But you can see, like, each of the characters having their own animations for the same things is nice, you know. The characters aren't that much different from each other, but them having their own animations helps a lot. Yeah, like two of these guys, more motorcycles. There's a lot going on in this game with 4 players. So like this is kind of how you properly do something with 4 players. I'm not sure why it's lagging this much. I know this game isn't like isn't guaranteed to be full speed, but I don't feel like it usually lags that much with 4 people. So that to me, Vendetta is like a perfect example of how you scale a game for 4 players. Yeah, I think I may actually, you know, I gave Scott Pilgrim an F for gameplay. I may actually go back and make that a D after sleeping on it, but also kind of doesn't matter because it's all in post anyway, and nobody's gonna look at that shit. But yeah, as far as why I'm doing this, it's just literally because I want to. I want to play BeatEmUps. I want an excuse to play some of these games that I don't play that much and to think about them more and talk about games that I like. That's pretty much it. Anyway, I am going to take a break because I've been playing for 2 hours. I got more shit to do. Okay. It's going up on YouTube. I've had several people ask me. I hadn't really been planning on it, but it seems like that's a more accessible format to people, so I may do that. It will not be up on my main channel if I do so. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how I feel about it. So, anyway, as I've played a lot of Konami and Capcom stuff. A lot of the very popular games, but there are a lot of other companies trying to grab this market. You see a thing like a beat 'em up, and these other companies wanted in, and some of them had some pretty good ideas, and others had less good ideas. So Taito has always had kind of a weird history in video games, where Taito has made some great games, absolutely treasured games, and then they've made some games that just it's hard to say like how weird they feel. So anyway, we've got here Silent Dragon. A game which honestly feels like it could have been a bootleg. I mean, even just like looking at this and this character here whose face doesn't fit in the box, which maybe that's an emulation error. It looks like it's in the wrong spot, but we'll play Kato here. I think Sunny and Kato are pretty similar. And then like these transitions that sound like that. It's very strange. So yeah, we're here. We're Weird Muscle Ninja. This game's soundtrack is kind of bonkers. Yeah, this wasn't developed in-house by Taito, but they released it, so... yeah. So, I mean, responsively, like, walking around doesn't feel bad. It doesn't, like... It's not one of those games where just walking feels bad, which, yeah, the other East Technology game being Double Dragon 3, which is not a game that walking around feels good in. Why is that not working? Does this version not have... Oh, it's just, okay, it's just an entirely separate button. That's weird. Yeah, the seagull jazzing out. This game has some sprite scaling, which is a cool effect, except that it's a little, like, weird in the amount they did. It's not too bad here, but in some of the later stages it ends up being quite bad. Anyway, we blew up that car and got a pizza out of its engine compartment. Yeah, it's just like random stuff going on. It's a directional slide. If you're down forward, you can slide. So I got this thing before. I couldn't use it because I didn't know what the thing was. But if you the like Super Joy attack, if you're in the angry mode, you can just use it freely. Whereas if it hits somebody, otherwise it uses health. Yeah, and then there's this guy. And here's this sword, which definitely was that length before we picked it up. Alright. Oh yeah, the sprite for the sword doesn't scale with the moving forward and back, huh? Anyway, and he turns into this bat guy. I still can't get over those stage transitions. But you know, you can look at this game and there's a lot you can see that's like clearly they had the ideas of what a beat 'em up was supposed to do. Like the attacking works. A lot of it's very strange, but everything kind of like works somehow. But it's all at the same time like kind of off-putting. This game also was kind of known for the fact that its demo reel was quite loud. I guess we can hit somebody with the battery charger. Might be the weirdest weapon I can think of. Off the top of my head. Yeah, like I said, this whole game is interesting. Like it's not. It feels wrong. Like it looks and feels wrong in a way that is hard to describe, but at the same time, like playing it doesn't feel bad. You know, usually with these kinds of bootlegs, you play it and it's like, oh, nothing fucking works right. My attacks don't hit anything. That type of problem starts happening, and I'm not going to claim that some of the hitboxes aren't kind of wonky or whatnot, but I don't get that type of feeling from me. There is weird stuff like the lipstick pickup. Yeah, I don't know, like, there's just a lot of stuff that they sprited, like, nothing feels coherent. A lot of the enemies feel like they're just thrown in because somebody had it on file. Yeah, and here's where the sprite scaling's really great in this area where you can go all the way back here. Yeah, East Technology, putting their mark all over this. And the boss just kind of runs in. Take note of this boss's sprite, by the way. Just kind of lock it away in your head. It is a very Fist of the North Star sprite, yes. It has that kind of energy to it. Yeah, please hold that if you figured it out, but we'll get there. Yeah, the scaling is very weird because you scale differently than the background scales, like visibly. So yeah, I mean it's just fucking joggy. Like what? Like, no remorse whatsoever. Yeah, the animation is it's a mixed bag. Everything about this game feels like there's parts that's good, and then like it plays and it just looks weird, and Joggy just becomes larger. Oh, oh. Alright. Oh, okay. And then, yeah, that death animation. So you can change characters in this game. I'm gonna do that because they're all goofy. Sonny is very clearly, you know, the same guy. All his stuff is gonna be the same, but he looks goofy. He's no ninja. Although he does have this attack instead of the tornado thing, which is very similar, but different enough. I don't remember what the strategy is supposed to be. And then he just kind of crumbles. And yeah, you don't get health refills between stages, so this 1 health bar is really gotta... Really gotta work for it. Yeah, no continuity at all between stages. Just... It's a monkey throwing us apples, though. Tiny dogs. Yeah, monkey gave me like 3 apples. Now he's become a terrorist and is throwing fire bombs. Come on, monkey, give me 1 more apple. Please. Oh yeah, this part's interesting. So you can knock enemies off this bridge, and the mechanic of doing that is just hitting them such that they're knocked down. Just very, very weird. Not really how that looks like it should work out. Yeah, like so many of these enemy sprites, like, just look like they were from a different game. Like they just had some assets sitting around and they threw them together. Alright, and now this boss... Oh, that was a good one. Sword. Nice. Our stage 1 boss is back. And also this guy is also here. Whoop. We'll check out our 2 other characters. We'll come back to Sunny surely. So these are the 2 speed characters, and they just kind of suck, is my recollection. They do this instead of that big spinning move that can hit multiple times. And like, basic punches don't work because enemies have like the bat here just like they hit so fast that they just don't hit between the invincibility frames sometimes. Maybe that's just a problem with the bat specifically. And then he explodes. Why not? All right, last stage, fighting this person. So this stage, if you're trying to actually one credit this game, is almost impossible. The amount of time you have to finish the stage is not adequate. So you have to play like really, really aggressively, which is great in a game where you have a single health bar. I'm not even sure if it's possible for the two speed characters to beat this game on a single credit because of how this stage is. I got the stage 1 boss again. Oh, I thought I was dead. Didn't even pay attention. Yeah, and then the other speed character, who's... The two speed characters are more unique from each other than the two power characters, but they're still pretty similar. The rapid knee bashes is just so funny. His back explodes because his death animation is supposed to spawn the man bat, but he doesn't do it this time. Ah, yeah, and here we've got the... Unfortunately, we can't have the boss get knocked out. But, yeah, the Double Dragon 2 hatch, or, yeah, it's used in other games, obviously. That was two guys in that guy. Yeah, and this switch gets pretty funny with getting toggled. Anyway, we're gonna play... Nope, I wanted to play Sunny. I looked at the sprite wrong. Alright, well, we're doing this guy again, I guess. The timer's resetting pretty often because I'm dying. It does not normally reset this often. Oh, I might be dead. Yeah. Yeah, so that just kills you. Alright, so. Which is, you know, great in a game with no lives. He does so much more damage. Really not grab that? Not that I was missing much health, but... There's pits that, yeah, I was gonna say, you can knock enemies into these, I'm pretty sure. Or at least some enemies. But they're kind of weird. But I'm not sure why knocking enemies down here kills them, because we just jumped down here. But yeah, the timer, from when I entered this whole like area, is one timer. So not since I jumped down, like since I entered the building. So the timer is very, very strict in this segment. The 1 credit clears that I've seen end this segment with 0 left on that timer. Yeah, just double Man-Bat. But fortunately, this power-up tends to do pretty good damage to him. Otherwise, that fight would be atrocious. Boss, who, if you can get into a position inside their sprite, you can just do that. But yeah, if you mess this up, then you gotta catch him. Because this gun has a pretty weird hitbox on bullets. Well, I guess you can punch him down. So there's that. And now he's a robot. Got a chainsaw, but we can still do the knee bashes to him because why not? And yeah, he's got a lot of health in this fight. The timer is a legitimate concern just for this fight. enough health now? Oh, maybe. Maybe one more time. One more time. I guess maybe the health isn't, or the timer isn't as big of a concern as I was thinking. Oh, okay. This does way more damage than I thought. Yeah, that's the game. Very weird. And yeah, this woman who is here now. We needed to get the kiss in. Somehow. A+. Perfect score. Just take the other game's score down to clarify. Sort of like the beat 'em up you're looking for. What is the beat 'em up you're looking for? If you can describe it, I can see if I can help you out with that. Yeah, name entry. This nice little winners don't use drugs. So yeah, this game, I mainly wanted to show this game to kind of like show just like how weird some of these games got. You know, you had a lot of popular games, and then yeah, you got that. Oh, I need to actually manually start the music because my setup isn't as good today. Yeah, being 92 is kind of wild. Kind of really wild. Taito published game produced by East Technologies, a company best known for Double Dragon 3. While this game is significantly more competent. Is that right? I don't think that's right. It is right. I did it. I spelled a word correctly. And their previous work. It still has a very strange feel to it. While the game does feel responsive. The strange attack animations, inconsistent sprite work, sprites and scaling as all results in something that feels as though it could bootleg properly publish products. Wow, some of the music is good. There does not seem to be a consistent direction for it. Also, while taking inspiration from other popular media is common in this genre. This game blatantly puts Joggy from HNK into it. In as a boss. You may enjoy this game if you are invested in the genre and want something with a totally unique feel to it. And don't mind that feel may not be traditionally good. I don't know how else to word that. You may not enjoy this game if the general bootleg feel to it is off-putting, or the very punishing gameplay that sometimes feels hopeless is a problem. So, for grading this game, I'm a little mixed. You know, like I said, this game plays okay. The buttons work, your character doesn't feel sluggish, things like that. But the art direction has some cool ideas. There's neat looking things, but it's also kind of a mixed bag of what is and isn't there. And the sound direction is kind of the same thing. Everything about this game feels like a group project where nobody coordinated and they all threw it all together in the last minute, and that one kid forgot they were supposed to do it and put Joggy in there. This is not a B. This is not a B. I don't know what to say. This is not a B. This is my question to myself is this a C or a D, honestly? Because again, this is 1992. This is not a super early entry. And also, blatant plagiarism is, really this is an F because there's blatant plagiarism, and you throw out, you should just throw out a plagiarized essay, right? Like, but I'm gonna gloss over that for the time. I also just haven't given many bad grades. I mean, I guess what I'll leave it at is this. I don't feel at any given time that I'm playing at this game that I'd rather just stop playing it. It doesn't have that feeling to it, so I'm willing to give it a C. At the end of the day, I can play the game and have a good time with it. And I feel like D is getting into the territory where you just no longer really want to play the game at all. Now, given if I had to put money into the machine to play this game, I would probably be a bit more hesitant. And the spectacle of it is interesting. Like, just seeing that they put out a product that is like this is kind of interesting in and of itself. So yeah, I think I'm good with giving it a C. I think this game needed significantly more coherency to what they were doing with it before I would even remotely consider giving it a B. And even then, I think the gameplay elements would probably be a big thing. But either way, I think this is a pretty good example of some of the more offbeat products that people are willing to push out because the genre was huge at the time, you know? Even if they didn't make the best thing, they put out something because they could. Yeah, believe me, as this goes on, I'm going to play a lot more stuff that I'm sure people haven't played before. But for this week, it's mainly focused on stuff that I have some amount of ability to play through quickly and talk about. Future streams will have a lot of shit. I have not played Double Dragon 3 for this project yet. Scott Pilgrim is the game that got the worst grade, I think, of anything I've done. I mean, you could make some of the argument that some of the Game Boy games are worse just because of like the nature of being a Game Boy game. Game Boy Double Dragon 3. That's true. I did play Double Dragon 3 on Game Boy. I always kind of throw that off. That actually probably was the worst game that I've played. Yes, that's true. That game barely functions. Scott Pilgrim, as much as I don't like that game, is a coherent and good-looking product at least. And Double Dragon 3 is not either of those things. Anyway, let's go back. Let's turn the music back off. And let's go back to Konami. So obviously, like I said, I'm not playing Simpsons. I'm not playing X-Men today. Not because I don't want to, but just because I'm not going to happen to play them today. But let's look at Violent Storm. And the reason I want to talk about this is because this is 1993. So Konami had really just entered the beat-em-up market in 1989. And by 1983, they released Violent Storm and then stopped. Konami stopped working, at least in the arcade, on beat-em-ups. That said, Violent Storm also kind of stands out pretty strongly among their games in that this game plays completely differently from how essentially every other Konami beat-em-up plays. They really went a totally different direction. It is much more inspired by Capcom and how things generally work, yes. This game's kind of quiet. But yeah, that's our premise. Girl got kidnapped. My inputs are not set for some reason. So this game's presentation is quite wild. I guess the game might be a little louder when it's not demo. Let's turn it down a little bit to be safe. So this is a, yeah, this is a little bit louder. Turn it there. This is a 3-character game. It has kind of a similar layout to Final Fight, where there's a big guy, medium, and light, which, you know, is a pretty common inspiration. And it's an attack plus jump game. I'm gonna play Boris. Everything that I know about this game works pretty much exclusively with Boris. Yeah, it starts out with this. So yeah, we got punch. The punches are a little awkward. There is a like back attack, which is cool. There's directional roll, jump attacks. There's like there's 3 different jump attacks depending on what direction you hold. But the big feature of this game is you can hit down, forward, and jump to do a slide. And this move is kind of fucked up. To the point where you can beat a lot of this game just doing this move. Which is good because this game's a bit tough for me personally, because your character, it's tough to like move around normally, just like walking. A lot of the enemies will run around a lot faster than you. But one feature that this game has that's pretty unique is you can pick up an enemy that's on the ground into a threat. All 3 characters can do that, although Boris has the ability to like walk around while holding enemies and jump and stuff, so it works a little bit better for him. Yeah, it features like really big Final Fight-esque character sprites. There's a reason that people like look at this game and they're like, oh, Konami decided to copy Capcom. And yeah, the music having actual lyrics is pretty wild. This game's whole environment is like very strange in a very memorable way. Not in a bad way at all, but it's like a very tongue-in-cheek approach to the post-apocalyptic setting. So, yeah. And picking up enemies off the ground does apply to bosses, which leads to some interesting boss strategies. Yeah, it's got a couple weapons, not a ton. Enough. And the background characters in this game are really wild looking. There's a lot of stuff going on in the backgrounds. Like that guy you can just shove off the train. Yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about, where like if you don't slide around, it can just be really hard to even like maneuver around the enemies, because they're just kind of like fast. And it doesn't feel like you're slow, it just feels like they're fast in a way that is hard to approach. Which is okay, it's a unique thing. But it does, for me personally, it makes it really difficult to approach this game sometimes. Because I'm so used to Final Fight where just like walking in a direction is such an important part of what you need to do. Also the pigs that turn into pigskins. Alright, and then Scissor Man, except train conductor. So yeah, being able to pick up bosses leads to strange things. Whoa. Whew. Getting cooked. So I'm trying to walk instead of smash my head into everything. Okay. Yeah, here, this stage has so many wacky people in the background. This dude. Everybody just checking out the show. There's just so much going on in this background. This guy. Oh. Bartender having a day? An average day of customer service. We should if I hang out here a little while. Do I have to do something for that to happen? Sometimes they'll start throwing you money, but apparently I don't know how to do that. Oh boy. And this belly dancer who very slowly approaches you if you hang out on one side of the screen or the other. And the cat. The recurring cat. Here's Lollipop. This game's big dude. I will note, Lollipop, this game has a weight mechanic. Boris ignores it. But Lollipop and certain other bosses are considered heavy, and you can throw them normally, but you have to actually mash. Like, there's like a I don't want to say opposed mash, because it's not like the enemy's mashing, but... Oh my god! can... Watch the cat go at it. Anyway. Yeah, so this guy, that loop is really funny on him because it gets really fast towards the end, but it's pretty tight. And yeah, his name is a bit... But anyway, moving on. Oops. Went to slide. I got jump instead. Whoop. Whoop. Okay. That fight's a little tricky, so I'm always glad to get out of it. The pipe's okay. It does hit enemies that are on the ground, which is a pretty unique feature. This game also does not take itself super seriously in segments like this. So I'm being a little careful with these barrels because you can just like hit them and they roll away instead of you getting the food. Oh, well. Just factory with just all industrial accidents waiting to happen. Yeah, enemies actually celebrating when you die. Anyway, this guy is a bit of a different loop. Jets around, does this weird kick. Give him the flying peach. Maybe not. I'm not sure, but this is the only butt or character that's male I can think of that actually has a like flying butt attack. Usually they reserve that for anyway, he's dead. Usually they reserve that for the ladies. Anyway, this is the first boss sprite without his mask. Yeah, Potemkin has butt drop. That's a bit different than a shooting peach, though. I can't take this right now. And the cat and mouse became friends and met a dog. Whoop. I'm once again getting my ass kicked. This game is just pretty tough. It's an arcade game. They wanted to get people to put in money. So. Whoops, did not want to pick that up yet. Anyway, our next boss, Mr. Julius.
Justice.
This is without a doubt the hardest of the boss loops. Getting that re-grab at the end of his health bar. You only have 2 frames. And also he has to be facing a certain way, which he was not there. We can just do this though. And then he becomes a statue again. And then explodes. Why not? Hermit crab. That guy who was seasick. stuff going on. Oop. All right. So this is a Konami game. So this guy, who is not a Ninja Turtle, but he definitely has some very Ninja Turtles faces. Yeah, just do that kind of thing to him. A lot of these bosses like look innocent when you loop them, but they are very wild when you actually fight them. Anyway, last stage. Whoop. Yeah, here they just kind of show off a bunch of the stuff they drew. Some nice boss portraits here. Sure. Fun to look at. Really went wild with the sprite art in this game. Konami really loved their big guy belly slamming from the ceiling trope. They did that in a lot of their games. Simpsons, Vendetta in this game, certainly offhand. Doyle with the champion of all portraits. Shame he's dead. The last guy? That'll be the boss coming up. Red Freddy. And there's Geldo. Our Penta and Scramble machines. Konami self-referencing a bit. These guys' spikes are pretty wild sometimes. Yeah, rescue them. Little bear. One of my favorite pointless things is just jump around with the box. No.
Help me! Can't you knock before you enter? I'll show you no mercy.
So this guy's boss loop is a bit complicated. Oh. Alright, there's a lot of stuff that happens in that fight that I was not explaining because I have to actually fucking look at him. Basically, at the beginning of the fight, you can trick him into doing a specific attack that you can throw by walking in a weird pattern. Then, in the second phase, when he does the green burst thing, you can do a Super Joy, and then it doesn't hit you anymore until he's done. So, can manipulate that, and then he gets stunned at certain health values. So, something that I've practiced a lot. Because Geld is a very, very strong boss. But yeah, Konami exited with this this gem of a game.
Congratulations! You made it everywhere. You've done a great job. Okay, please register your name.
That dude working real hard to get the word register into the track. All right. Let's talk. All right. Violent Storm. Konami's final arcade beat 'em up. This game, is this loud? I feel like this is loud. This game takes a very game's a very tongue-in-cheek approach to the post-apoc. Oh god. I'm watching myself here. I'm watching myself here. I need you to be over here. Post-apocalyptic setting that was popularized by Double Dragon. The game has this game in many ways feels more in line with Capcom's approach to the genre, featuring gigantic player characters. And the soundtrack is very well. Is I don't even want to say well regarded. This game is also famous for its extremely unique and catchy soundtrack, which features full vocals, not common for video game OSTs. While it can be at times frustrating due to the speed of enemies and somewhat weak basic attacks, the player is still well equipped to deal with these situations. The bosses are probably the game's weakest point, with many of them being almost impossible to fight without using very specific strategies to keep them under control. You may enjoy this game if you have a moderate interest in the genre and want to explore a game with fast combats and unique feel. You may not enjoy this game if the very how do I word this? Aggressive boss fights or wild enemy encounters are probably not. So, for grade, I've got a little bit of mixed feelings on this. I don't think I don't feel like this is a B game. It presents itself extraordinarily well. Some of the gameplay details annoy me a lot, but at the end of the day, I do think this is an A. I don't even, you know, it is much more like Capcom in how a lot of it works, but the way bosses and enemies interact with you is quite annoying sometimes. I feel like I could make an argument to put this lower, but at the same time, this game's presentation is like almost legendary. Konami's non-licensed IPs in BeatEmUps are not super well known, but pretty much anyone who I've ever seen who like experiences this game at all, it leaves an impression on them. And you know, that's totally valid. It is a really interesting game in a lot of ways. And it's quite cool that Konami was able to make this game before they exited the genre. Yeah. Yeah, if bosses behaved in a way that was more sensible, it would be nice. But alas, we can't have it all. Anyway, I am going to take another break and return that phone call. This might be a little bit longer of a break depending on what this phone call was about. I kind of dodged it because I was busy, but I do need to call them back. So, yeah. Okay, well, that phone call didn't pan out. So, while Konami had exited the genre, there were still loose developers making stuff still. And they had some wild ideas. Oh god. Really? Underlogic is gonna get here when I have to cut? That's tragic. I've been made into a fool. But alas, we gotta stop it. So we got games to play. So, is this gonna come up? OBS gonna work? Is this gonna work? Okay. Well, is this just not going to capture anymore? Why is this broken? All right, well, I guess I have to add a different capture. So we'll do this. And then I have to fix everything because now it's broken. Yeah, I'm not sure why that broke. Oh well. So, this is Guardians, also called Denjin Maikai 2. So yeah, this is a game by a company called Winkysoft, which is a very interesting name to go by. And then published by Ben Presto. But this game has a really wide number of special moves. It also has a control thing that's not working. So they've got a bunch of different characters, and there's a really wide move list of things. Personally, I'm gonna play this guy. It's also like really weird. This game, like, from the first game to the second game, a bunch of the characters who were like this guy was the final boss of the first game, and now I guess he's one of the good guys. But yeah, this game has a lot going on. You can do special moves which use that power meter, and then you can charge it up by sitting in place. The moves are a bit weird because you actually do them by holding a button and then doing an input, and it'll do a thing. So like, so yeah, it's definitely a weird feeling game at first. But you can do lots of cool stuff because you can just kind of juggle whatever. And then we get to the first boss. The boss designs are all over the place. Oops. There's also like some just really unique throws like that. Oops. So the only real limit to the juggle system is that you can only hit with each move once. What's the input for that? Even Super Joys, you get to just use that power meter, which is quite nice. Yeah, you're supposed to hit her here, but if you just wait, she gets the pan. And then she leaves. This game also has so there's branching paths. For the most part, I'm gonna go on the like first path. Whoop. So yeah, like the big things with this game, I'd say, is like the presentation. It's a very unique style, which I'm not gonna say I like, but it's, you know, it's fine. It's its own style. The sound chip, the way this game sounds is very annoying to me, and it's probably the biggest complaint that I have about it. The bright part. Oh yes. So, in addition to the normal special moves, there's like a super special move. How do I do that? Which I don't remember the input for. I thought it was hold quarter circle forward to down. And then a bonus stage, we get to shoot down the text. I missed a guy already. You get a pretty decent bonus if you perfect this, but it doesn't matter that much. And a dinosaur guy? I feel like this cursor is moving slower than I'm used to. Your normal attacks also have a variation depending on what direction you're holding, so you like can do a different combo. Just, you know, another neat little detail thing. This boss has some interesting stuff going on. Again, you can go to Chinatown or this. Okay. Yeah, lots of just like goofy stuff like that. This is the super move. That's what the flashing bar is. If I have that, then I can do it. If you don't have enough power to do a special move, it will burn life. That's what the overcharge thing was. This guy's super is like really silly looking. But yeah, there's enough moves in this game that I usually forget what some of the moves are in any given playthrough. Oh. Oh, no, dude, I knew it was coming, but I couldn't do a fast enough throw. Oh well. Lots of, I don't know, there's just lots of stuff in this game that's kind of incoherent. Or maybe not incoherent, but like, just off what you might expect. So there's two basic kind of bosses in this game. One is the style of the first boss that you saw, where it's just like a normal enemy, but bigger. You know, kind of what you'd expect from a beat-em-up boss usually. And then there's this style where it's kind of its own big stompy mechanic. You just kind of end up having to do goofy stuff because you can't interact with them that well. So this is the stage, the only stage that I don't like the normal route on, so I'm gonna go here. Whoop. And these weird guys with the stuff in their head. Whoa. Super's so funny. So yeah, the consequence of the super bar like has to fill up on your life bar, but that means if you have less life, then it fills up faster. Super is also very funny on enemies that don't get the stun recoil, because just go hit them multiple times like that. Yeah, that octopus in the left, they use that a few times. It's like a little mascot thing, I guess. Yeah, you can also use your meter to do like a laser attack, which doesn't do that much damage, so I don't use it that often, but it is useful to have sometimes. Just to keep control of situations. Yeah, I don't know. They just did stuff in this game, like cat in a box, point pickup. It's like Bulldog does a shitload of damage. And the Sentai squad of just regular dudes. Unlimited, might as well use it for a second. Oh! Got cut off. Fortunately, I don't have much damage. This boss kind of sucks. Oh right, there's a second form. I forgot why I shouldn't have done that. Yep, that's fine. Oh, I'm still alive. Somehow. Ah. Oops. Overcharge. Yeah, this game not having any voices really does take a lot away from it. Like, this game is very fun to play, but it's very disorienting to me because of like not having those kinds of sound effects. The stage music being so weird. And it's a shame because like a lot of what they're doing with the presentation is cool, but it feels very incomplete, which admittedly is probably true. Yeah, there's weapons which are kind of weird because they're like the indicator pickups, but they're also a bit character specific. It's funny because like one character in particular, every single weapon just turns into like a heat blast thing that has nothing to do with what weapon it is. Whoop. Colossus head spike. Nice. The double hit super does so much damage. It's great. Oh, he's just dead? Alright. Thought I was gonna have to throw him off for sure. Snuck around. Didn't mean to overcharge that, but so we did. That does so much damage, dude. Like, these guys are just dead after it? getting eaten. He hit me out of the very end of the recovery, so I got to act sooner. Oop. Oh. Oh, interesting. Guess that didn't work because he was off screen slightly. These doors that they reach out and bad touch you if you go near. Oh. Whoa. And we get the double refight. Something's happening. Yeah, this whole area is kind of different. They go kind of off the rails, and now this guy. How do I do this stupid? This whole fight's a bit shit. There's worse out there, but... so one problem with this fight is that wherever you kill this phase determines where these skulls hang out at the end of it. And they're kind of a pain in the ass. And then yeah, this phase where he shakes you up. I don't want to do that. And phase 3. Probably gonna lose here. Yep, just being really too aggressive. Don't remember the exact strats for this guy. It's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird fight. I haven't played this game in quite a while. But that'll work. Oh, he hit me after he died. That's good. And then yeah, that's, I don't know. Just kind of goes wildly off the rails right at the end. Yeah, surprise, oh, there's Violent Storm again. Alright, let's talk about this. Okay, where is music? Where's music? There we go. Is that too loud? It seems a little loud. It looks okay. Alright, my volume must just be high. Yeah, I've had a few people ask me to put this on YouTube, so I honestly wasn't planning on it. I was planning on just doing Twitch highlights, but it seems to be a thing enough people want that I'll probably go ahead and do it. But I'm also very likely going to make a new channel for it. All right. A very unique take on the genre. This game is designed with a very diverse cast with multiple special moves per character and a very loose juggle system which allows for a lot of creativity. The special moves are balanced around a separate meter which allows frequent but not continuous use of the large moves. The game does unfortunately suffer from a somewhat abrasive soundtrack and a lack of any type of voices for characters doing moves or being hit. Was there only one? No, there's multiple. That game has separate themes for every stage, but it does not feel that way. I honestly liked that game. I liked Guardians a lot more before I started learning to 1cc it, because I got so used to hearing the music that like it really does become abrasive to me, at least for after some time. I don't remember if there's voices in the first game, to be honest with you. I mean, I still like this game. I don't want to make it sound like I dislike this game. I do not dislike this game. I regard this game quite highly, considering it's made by a company that made so little. The game is filled with a multitude of small throwaway jokes in the interactions of the enemies with each other and the sets. You may enjoy this game if you want a beat 'em up with powerful and flexible comboing system that leaves a tremendous amount of space for creativity. You may not enjoy this game if the general sound design issues bother you, or if the larger boss designs are not the idea of, it does have branching stages, are not to your liking. It's a good point. The game also has a few choices of stages, which can potentially give new content on separate routes. Yeah, I mean, this game's stages are very A-B. You either go to one or the other. There's no, not, you know. Not a big thing. But, grade. I think this game is a pretty easy B. The general sound design issues and incompleteness of how the game feels, I think, holds it back from getting a better, an A. But the comboing system is really interesting. And I say that as someone who, like, I don't really care for combo heavy beat 'em ups that much. But this game does it pretty well. If they had done a better job with the sounds, having it feel more impactful to do stuff, and if the soundtrack wasn't awful, and then probably some just like minor gripes about some of the graphics and how things look. It does have kind of a, you know, it's got a coherent look for itself, but it's not necessarily very visual appealing. Yeah, you can do big combos, and it's actually funny. There's a thing in the game where if you do a big enough combo to the first boss, it will change the rank to be max, even no matter what the arcade machine is set to. So like if you want a more challenging experience, you can learn how to do really screwed up combos on the first boss, and then you get hard mode. Yeah, really unique feature. Okay, let's move on. Is this working again yet? Hold on. No. Okay. Wish I understood. Wish I understood why that broke, but so it is. Where is this? Okay, moving on. Capcom stayed in the beat 'em up genre quite a bit longer than Konami, but 1997 they put out Battle Circuit, and this was their exit to the genre. At least in the arcade setting. Battle Circuit is a game with a little bit of interesting history, just in that this game in its original design was not intended to be a beat 'em up. This was actually intended to be a racing game. And if you look at the sprites, a lot of the sprites you can get a feel for that with them having a number on them. So you can get an idea of what like their racer number was going to be. Like the plant there, you could see has a little 88 on it. I will warn you, this game has a lot of flashing. Not a tremendous amount of flashing, but it does have quite a bit of flashing. So, yeah. Yeah, Johnny, it's got the Elvis impersonator, so we got the good hairdos. It's me. How to go from a racing game to beat 'em up? I can't tell you details because I wasn't there, but my guess is that they just decided location testing would go bad. So this game has 5 characters. I don't have controls, so that's good. D-pad, joy not right is a good control for going right. Zybaboo. Let's start this over quick. Yeah, and I mean, in many ways, it's kind of impressive they managed to convert these sprites from being like a racing game to that. But there's Cyber Blue, Yellow Iris, who generally I see regarded as the strongest character. Alien Green, who's weird, Grappler, Pink Ostrich, and then Captain Silver, who is absolutely the worst character in this game. I'm going to play Cyber Blue because I like generic hit people guy. So a big part of this game is grinding for money. I'm not gonna get the fast kill anyway. But, oh, I did get the fast kill. Okay. So, by beating bosses fast is usually the easiest way to make a bunch of money. Yeah, you're just a bounty hunter in this game. You are always so good, Blue. And I don't know why we've got this guy that we captured just sitting in the office. He's not tied up or anything. Remember your get what you paid for? The Delete Gang. It's a good name for a gang. And just book it. Anyway, so this is the shop. There's a bunch of different special moves you can buy. I'm not going to buy many of them. Hyper Tornado is pretty important, so I'm going to buy that. I won't buy... Well, we'll get to that later. So, hitting enemies with special moves builds or makes money every hit. So, yeah, there's a lot of just like making sure you're hitting with the proper thing. Yeah, every once in a while you get these bonuses. I only got one hit on that, huh? Those UFOs show up at certain point totals, so you can build some extra cash. This game's backgrounds are quite wild. There's a lot going on in this game. It also has a moderately flexible combo system. There's a lot of times when you can hit enemies grounded. The rules for it are not always clear. I find myself in this game a lot of times like avoiding the grounded hits because going for them, sometimes you end up like getting hit in weird ways because the enemy will stand up at an inopportune time. And then our second boss here. So bosses, this boss at least, tends to like break out if you do too long of a thing, so usually I try and just like set him up with one jab and then do the uppercut, make a bunch of money. And then here he's gonna do his thing, so we're gonna power up and finish him off. The power up is also useful because you get a bunch of invincibility when you turn it on, and then he becomes big. I don't think... Yeah, Giga Crush is like sort of useful if you get it here, but I want to save for Vital Gain. One complaint I have about this game is there's 2 Vital Gains and your health bar sucks until you get both of them. Oh. Yeah, like... You just take so much damage in this stage in particular. Didn't want to, but I had to. Then we get the little shmup segment. That was a bold grab. I don't know if I got all that money. So this part, you get a lot of money, obviously just like naturally grabbing all this money, but also if you get all of the pre-placed money, then you get a bonus 100 at the end of this. So like, you really don't want to miss anything. And some of these are a bit obnoxious to get. Like this jump is kind of weird sometimes. Oh, shit. Yeah, and there I got hit, so I had iframes, which makes you not get money. Forgot what I was supposed to do at the end there. I do get 100 bonus for winning, even though I'm alone. Please get over here, Barbara. Okay. No problem. Ah, A rank. It's a shame, but whatever. Alright, vital gain. I'm also going to buy Giga Crush. Giga Crush is kind of an interesting thing for blue. Obviously, the Super Joy like uses health when you hit, but Giga Crush makes his Super Joy hit the entire screen, which means you can't use it to avoid stuff. You'll always take damage when you're using it, but you get to do a bunch of damage. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy. Yeah, I like playing these games, so I'm glad people can get something out of it. It will be disastrous if the disc is used with evil intent. Fuck you, pay me. Whoop. Oh. Yeah, I'm glad people have enjoyed this. I do intend, this is not like gonna stop today. Although, being that I work a 9 to 5, well, not 9 to 5 specifically, but you know what I mean. It's not something that I'm gonna be able to do every week the way I have this, obviously. But I do intend on Saturdays for it to continue. There we go, 2 hits. Basically at this time that I'm streaming today. I intend to do it on most weeks at least. Hey, Isv. Thanks for the raid. There is a timer in this game. It's hidden. It's quite long. Were you doing more Snatcher today, Eyes? Well, oh. Yeah, the power of hitting the whole screen with Super Joy really makes some of these weird scenes really easy. And then just stuff like being able to catch barrels like that easily. Now this boss, which kind of sucks. This is my least favorite boss in this game. It's just like really awkward. It's not even necessarily that hard, but there's a lot of just like it walking around and you're kind of trying to avoid these bombs. Not so bad once it gets to the second phase. Which we're at now. Oops. It's fine. Oh, that hit me? Weird. Oh, that's right. That does charge whatever direction. Oh, I did Super Joy too late. Oh well. A rank. Probably should have just... After I died especially, I probably should have just gone at it. Although I don't think I would have made that S rank anyway. Who the hell are you? You are irrelevant. These guys are so goofy. I don't know if I've ever actually watched that cutscene. You can buy extends is probably the only thing left right now. Some of the special moves are okay, and some characters get pretty good mileage out of them, but I don't think Blue really needs them. I'm not 100% sure the fastest way to do this glass. I just kind of do this. It's fine. Kind of a different style of bonus stage. I don't remember what happens if you fail that. I need to go up here and break this. Nope. So, because I freed Saturn, I get an extra health increase. Upgrade. And then this guy, Dave. I love how there's all these like goofy ass names and then just Dave. But I guess Arnold is kind of whatever also. Okay. You'll get me too. Spaghetti. Spaghetti and bananas. Meal of champions. That didn't kill that, huh? Ah. What? Oh, yeah, that attack. What? I didn't break these boxes. I was a little early. Yeah, I knew it. As soon as I did that too early, I knew I was gonna get myself killed that way. Oh well. No problem. Still got Ness rank. Barely. No, just totally arbitrary transition through Warp Gate. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy anything. Just gonna hold on to all my money until the end of the game at this point. There's different conditions for getting the final boss, and just having enough money is the easiest one. So especially when I'm not on one credit track anyway. Yeah, they're back. They're actual enemies now. How many coins do I have to bank? I'm already over. It's 1,000, I'm pretty sure. But there's no harm in getting more. There's more stuff you can do with money, so. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Just meant to do that. Yeah! Just pick up the whole cycle and everything. Alright, they get back up. Like the hitting him OTG and he blocks it. It's a good one. It is only after you've bought the upgrade for it. When you first start the game, it isn't. But if you buy the upgrade, it does. It's kind of one of his big character traits. Here's Double Samurai. Cyber Samurai. For some reason, I thought they called him Double Samurai. I mean, he certainly is a Double Samurai. Whole beef. I love this guy with the knife in the background. You bluff? So phase 1 Zip Yang is pretty easy. Phase 2 is a bit of a mess. Okay, that did a lot. Whoops. Right, because he doesn't actually get hit grounded, because he's weird. Whoops. Might be able to just kill him now. Yeah, this does a lot of damage. So, like, blue can really push the end of fights with it. Where is the disc? His little follower guy's just kind of dancing. Why was that in the air? Well, whatever. Invincibility? Pretty good. I mean, there's lingering invincibility after doing it. So, even if it doesn't have the most, stuff after will certainly work. Oops. In this fight, three Barbaras. Each with slightly weirder attacks than the last. Oh god. Might be able to just burn them out here. At least get rid of 2 of them. Well, not my finest playthrough, but you know, that's how things go. Whoop. It's gonna kill him. That fight's not too bad, it just goes a little weird. Massive iframes on Wake Up? I mean, they kind of have to, otherwise you just get a bully bosses. What's the rate at, man? What are you up to today? Lost Judgment. Cool. Hopefully it went alright. No, didn't get the jab off. Oh yeah, losing files always sucks. Yeah, I have no idea what's supposed to be going on with this whole stage. It's just kind of weird. So as opposed to all the other very normal stuff that's happening in this game. But yeah, just doing these kind of lariats over and over again is pretty easy. All right. So Pluto is kind of an interesting fight in a few ways. He can block. It's also funny with Blue in particular when you do this fight because when he jumps up in the air, he's supposed to just be invincible. But blue can just do this and no-sell him. Whoops. I don't remember what this attack is. Oh, the underground uppercut thing. Yes. Oh, you. I wanted to uppercut and I just missed the input like a fool. Yeah. Giga Crush is so strong, man. This fight is so drastically different with Blue and the other characters because of Giga Crush being so good. And then here we get the disc already online. We get a choice. We can just yank the disc and end this whole problem. But instead we're gonna risk everything. We're gonna fight the master program for no reason. How Yellow Iris could be better than Cyber Blue. Yellow Iris can build a bunch of coins with the forward special attack that she has. And also the semi-charged special she has can infinite a lot of stuff. Blue can hit really hard with single things. So here they give me all of the power-ups that I hadn't bought. And I can spend all my money on this stuff. Yeah, the master program, who's this guy. Program Genocide. So this fight's a little tedious. Just because, like, you don't have great tools to attack him a lot of the time. I might need to do that. There's also, like, multiple attacks that you kind of have to do certain things to dodge. And you can fuck up and do that. But I think this fight's pretty cool overall. Just gets a bit long. Because like even those types of opportunities you have to attack him aren't huge. That, okay, I was running up forward, but I guess it hit me. Well, that's a shame. Didn't get any damage off on this. Oh, I got one hit. Shouldn't have to dodge this. That attack, depending on where you're positioned when he starts it, can be impossible to dodge without using iframes. Like if he went down there instead of up, I would have been forced to use something with invincibility. Yeah, you just kind of do this for a while until he gets to critical health, and then he starts doing other stuff. And critical health I use very loosely. Oh, I missed the dash. Deal with this garbage. This attack. Oh, I was way too early. Yeah. Yeah, so normally I try and iframe through that with the power up, and then you get to do a lot to him there. Yeah. Playing this guy real bad, but you know, whatever. Whoops. Ah, yes, in the dance. Good to see all his funny, weird attacks, at least. Like this. Real slow, but, you know, whatever. Definitely getting pretty tired, so not feeling too bad about it. Poor Saturn keeps just dying. Mega Lord. All right. Where are we? That's here. 7. This music. A little low key, but that's cool. All right. Battle circuits. Capcom's last entry to the genre in the arcade. This game builds on many of the structures that they had established throughout their history in their history. Game features 5 unique characters with very notable and interesting differences. The engine is flexible enough to allow a lot of free movement. Avatar taking a nap? Am I looking too far over? Sometimes if the tracking, I have this set up, if the tracking loses me, it does weird stuff. This setup in particular, I kind of did last minute. Let's see here. Much of the game's structure is built to encourage the player to play, to build up money for upgrades over several stages. This gives, while the player starts with all of their special moves, these upgrades give them additional properties. So the player does not feel incapable at the start of the game. The overall presentation is very unique for Capcom and has many how do I want to put this? Many details to in the environments. You recommend this game to anyone passing interest in the genre as a whole, appreciation for a more offbeat sense of humor. You may not enjoy this game if the very limited health at the beginning of the game, the overall upgrade system, or playing towards the requirements for the true last boss. My Is that... I'm in the way, but I think it fit on the board. Yeah. It's a little over the chalk. There we go. So yeah, this game is really unique in its presentation. Battle Circuit really is just a wild looking game. There's nothing else really like it. Yeah, it is weird to think about it being Capcom's final arcade beat 'em up, especially since, you know, the CPS2 is where a lot of Capcom's beat 'em up work was. And this isn't that late in the CPS2's lifespan. There were a lot more games after this, but Capcom just moved on to the CPS3 for their big stuff, and beat 'em ups just didn't really have the time anymore for them. So yeah, it's kind of a bittersweet thing to think about. And after Capcom was done with this, or after this game, you know, if you look at beat 'em ups that got made after this, in the arcade. So I was planning on playing one more game, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm just exhausted. In the arcade, it gets kind of weird because so Battle Circuit was 1997, and then I could be wrong about this, but from my list, I couldn't find a belt-scrolling beat 'em up that was made in 1998. It's just a gap year, which is weird to look at as I look back in the whole list, because most years there's multiple releases. 1993, there's like, what is this? 1993, there's 12. 1992, there's 16. 1991, there's 15, and that's kind of messed up. It's not even really necessarily correct, because there's some of these things that get listed in the wrong order because I had more complete dates for them. And then yeah, but as the 2000s rolled around, what ended up happening was the beat 'em ups that were being made were really being made by IGS. IGS kind of was the last hurrah of arcade beat 'em ups. And they were inspired more by Noise Factory and their style of doing it, along with the D&D games, where they were very combo-based, very in that way, and then also very exploratory. I will be blunt, I do not like IGS's games. They really leaned into the adventure aspect of the D&D beat 'em ups that Capcom made very heavily. And I find that style of play, especially in an arcade game, to be very abrasive. They also end up, being very long games. And you know, there's certainly a group that it appeals to, but I'm not that audience. I like the concise experience. I like the 30-minute playthrough, and you learn what all this stuff does, and you go. IGS also really focuses on some very obscure secrets. There's some secrets that there's just no way I think a human being could find in some of those games, and that's just awful. The Capcom D&D games are okay. I don't really personally like them that much. Again, I don't really like the whole adventure aspect of it that much personally. But I think they're very well made, and the audience that's going to like them is going to like them a lot. Maybe, you know? But yeah, it's really from about 1997, the end of 1997, If we scratch out IGS, there's really not much that was getting released. There's just some very odds and ends, like Sengoku 3 being Noise Factory. There's some like really weird stuff like Legend of Heroes. Some companies, Crystal of Kings, companies kind of experimenting with using 3D models in the belt scroller space. But yeah, that was kind of the end for arcades and the genre. And so there's kind of that like 10-year gap where the genre, it wasn't gone. There were occasional games that got made. You can find them, especially if you look to consoles. But until Castle Crashers, even then, they really weren't having that many games be made. And even after Castle Crashers, it wasn't like it went crazy, just people started making them again. Spike Out is certainly a beat 'em up, but it's kind of a 3D beat 'em up. You have free movement in both directions on the ground in addition to jumping. That's kind of the differentiation between a traditional belt scroller and a lot of other kinds of beat 'em ups is beat 'em ups tend to have like the primary. Here, I can bring up the thing. Beat 'em ups tend to have the primary axis where you're really like your player's looking. That's the direction you're going. And then there's the depth axis. It's kind of like a secondary axis that you move on, you interact with enemies on it, but the character doesn't generally like face that direction, or if they do, it's very limited. Spike Out doesn't have that. Spike Out, you're freely roaming along the ground, so it's a fully 3D game. But yeah, I really appreciate everyone hanging out with me this week. This was really fun. It was a lot. I've never streamed this much in my life. And I even meant to stream a bit more, but things, I don't know, today's just, I'm kind of out of it now. I've done enough. And as much as I'd like to finish out the last game I had planned for today, it's not gonna happen. That said, my plan for the future with this project is to stream basically like I did today, where I start at 9 a.m., the time when I used to do my 1 credit attempts on stuff. So this is not this project is going to be ongoing for probably as long as I stream, or until I get sick of it, I guess. I will try. I've had enough people ask me. I will try and get everything uploaded to YouTube. No, it was Sengoku 3 was going to be the last game for today, because to me that's really indicative of that kind of like gap period where IGS was picking stuff up. Like that's the kind of gameplay that I feel like was there. Let's raid drop. I haven't been able to raid drop in a long time. I have no idea what they're doing. Just talking. They're just hanging out. If you want just a hangout stream, drop, swirl drop. That is not the correct name? Oh, yeah. It's not the correct name. That's true. When swirl dop is not the correct name. Yeah, drop is neat streamer. Lots of talking. I'll tell you, it's kind of the inverse of mine, where I tend to start and try and like charge immediately into a video game, and they tend to talk a lot more and just have conversations, which you know, it's nice. Yeah, I don't know. I may try and do like something real calm tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling. But for today, I am out of here. thank you all again, and I'll see you another time.